Hello, it is time. Okay, I didn't get to work on this last night. So back right where I left off. If only the leader should check, could I not just make this a method? Um, I don't know. This bit still messes with me. The leader is also technically checking itself here when it runs. This includes the leader. So anything that has leader in it needs to be dropped. I think probably I guess I just think like want to move probably I shouldn't even be here because it's I don't have enough information here, I guess. I know that this is always called from the leader, but I want the code for actually calling making steps happen to be in that loop, or right below that loop, or at least be a method call that will do all of it right below the loop. So here, for now, I'm just gonna drop that out. So I just want to collect if any of them want to move. And then here's the want sync move. So we will have the entire chain start a move if any of them are further than... Yeah, if any of them are this far away and they're all allowed. So these are definitely ones that are going to absolutely move. So anytime I have like a want result of 1, I'm just going to be calling do step on it or something. And if any of these trigger, I'm also going to have a separate one where it's like var this is like a can early step, I guess, which is specifically in this case. If we're this far away and everyone's allowed, then it's an early step. So I will just kind of ignore that. So this needs to be true as well, but I can just collect it anyway. I guess I can put it up here. So just ignore that. We'll just skip the check. This will toggle on. And then this is kind of going to go up here somewhere. Right. The leg is not moving, or the leg is moving. We don't want to start. I guess I have to do the check again, probably. I don't want it to match this. I was thinking, okay, well, what if I change this to an integer as well and do a bit mask? I can't. Because this specifically, it's not allowed. This is specifically, I'm already moving, I don't want to do anything. I'm already doing something. So just kind of ignore me. So if this leg is not moving and not grounded, I consider it a want, and I give it the reason, and I continue. It can move. It is not comfortable, so I consider it a want, and I give it a reason. This is for early step. Right. Distance to rest. Does that make sense? Shouldn't it be the other way? This should be the other way, right? I think the way that I copied it, it was actually written the other way. Oh, also. I fixed Overwatch. I figured it out. It's perfect now. It was discovered that the options I think I was pointing out last time, that it just ignores them. It doesn't technically ignore them, but the effect is that they are ignored. Turning on skip cache delete or something would cause it to compile while the game is running, but not delete it while the game is running. But when you start the next time, it will delete it. Increasing the size would cause it to oh, no. Oh, this is how it works. It would use the cache while it's running if you tell it to skip cache. But once it reaches its limit, it will start deleting older stuff. It'll start overriding. So essentially, it'll just compile tons of shaders and then have like 20% of the total shaders that it needs always. So it's constantly recompiling shaders as it runs. Turning on both allows it to be like normal when you start, but the next time you start it, it will delete it anyway. You have to go set it on, or yeah, the environment settings worked. Those actually make it just work correctly, but it does require a reboot. And now I can play the game again, and I am able to turn on the fix for the memory leak, so I could run it with OBS at the same time, and not have to. And it's not going to start sniping. What is it? The swap space from OBS and obliterating it. Yeah, I want to see what exactly I just deleted because is this the correct thing? Crawler character, I need to crawler leg. Yeah, if it's less than it's false, so I want greater than or equal to is true. Greater than or equal to is true. Good. And I think I want to just merge these. All right, so to early step, I need one of them to say early step, and they all need to be loud. Want results, everyone who is positive there, I need to, yeah, I think I just need to call the do step on it right away, so I can let it do its thing. And it might be a case where I need to find something else where, like, maybe there's a different sort of action that it wants. But I don't know. I should know. I really should know that before I really should have it architected correctly. Maybe I need to like actually go to the drawing board. Literally need to go to the drawing board. Uh, what does that look like? What can the legs do? It's also really large. Leg can leg travels through endpoints. Leg travels through endpoints. Leg also leg travels to endpoint. Applies a ground force. Recovers from ground misses. Maybe more like seeks to have ground contact. Seeks to have ground contact. Travels through target points, travels to end point. Seeks to have ground contact. Steps with air set. Avoids moving stabilizes body while other legs move. Cross. I'll call it cross legs. That's probably, I don't know if that's like the right term now, but that's like what I was basing it off of used. This is a term they used. Oh, I don't know, maybe they didn't use that and I made this up. Stabilizes body while cross legs move. What else does a leg do? I think it's kind of it. Travels through target points, travels to endpoint, applies ground force, seeks to have ground contact, steps with a pair set, and stabilizes body while cross legs move. What else does it need to do? These sort of fit with like animation. I'm just trying to make sure I leave the door open that if I ever say I want to just tell a leg to do something that's not walking. I just want to give it a set of points and it's going to move through that set of points with some timings or whatever. That's what I have. So its movement fundamentally is just, it has a list of points that it needs to travel through and it will travel through them. Adding timings on top of that should not be a problem. That's like a foundation. I could even probably just simplify this to like a target array. Moves through space, applies ground force, seeks to have ground contact. I have like step with pair set, seeks to have ground contact, stabilizes body. These three are right in here. That's all in here. Seeks to have ground contact. The leader will say, hey, you're not grounded, you're not moving, you gotta do something, right? Should the leader be responsible for doing this? Like maybe no matter what at the start, it will just say, okay, the reason I'm doing it here is so that I can make sure that legs aren't double checking. Because there's a case where I think it's just better just for the whole set to check all at once. So I guess whatever the action would become, I guess the thing is I don't want to like check it twice, because if I say do step, that's where the hang up is. It needs to sort of happen right in here, then I need to tell the leg to do something. Right here is where this needs to happen. So I need to say at this moment here, I have to say, this one needs to happen right now. This one does not need to happen right now. Though I do say not comfortable, which means it's going to move. Okay, I think these are kind of situations. If it can move, it already can move, so I checked that. It can move, and it's not comfortable. It's going to move no matter what. So this would be I don't know if it's necessarily a step. Maybe it would be like the check on body has forward. If the leg is not grounded, I think it should just probably try to travel in a straight line. Or maybe its motion is always position above the point and then come down on the point. Just give me a minute. I'll be right back. I gotta go check. Gotta go check something. I'm back. All right. For now, I think it's just gonna be like do step. It's gonna be. I mean, I'm just gonna say leg. Do step. And then I probably need to write continue there because otherwise I think it's guaranteed that if I leg steps at that point, it's just going to immediately say, oh yeah, we also want to do an early step. Not necessarily true, because this may not be that kind of thing. Hello. Let's hope it actually runs and doesn't bug. It's going to bug. Because of that. I think I probably just cut this out for now. Because it's not even running. It is so fast. And there's no chasing. It's just perfect. I can make it sort of be a little bit weird, but it's like, it's fine. It should be able to happen where it can like kind of overshoot a little bit. Yeah, like there I was doing it. Can it move around with fewer legs? Does it work with 6? Well, it should. The thing is, like, the stability of this is ridiculous. This is insanely stable. So, I have the charts. So, the blue lines are the angle error. This is just controlling how fast it's supposed to be moving, roughly. And then the velocity is how fast it's moving. And you basically never see it. You don't see those lines cross. If these lines were to cross, like I guess technically on here they are crossing, then that's like some sort of instability, but this is from like the impulses. But this is ridiculously stable. So if it works with 1, it's definitely going to work with 6. The main body here isn't... It's like damped. You can see it's moving when I hit it. And I can push it. Now hit it 50 times harder. I mean, I guess I haven't tried that. I can just make the ball heavier because it gives a constant acceleration to it. Remember how I set the velocity on this. A 20 kilogram mass at 200 meters per second, and that's not the right scene. Yeah. I mean, there's just, it's going to be stable. Oh, hang on, something interesting happened there. I do have it cranked up really high, but also there's no damping right now. And it's also swinging freely like it would be hitting the ground normally. So I'm not actually concerned about that. Plan to make it so I can break off? Yeah. I just have it turned off. All the code is still there, it's just turned off. Dude. That orb. How many frames does it take to get there? It's there instantly. Wait, it like launches. Okay. That's the worst I've seen it though, but that's still like, I'm hitting it with something insane. Something that would definitely be breaking it. Wait, did I save that or? There we go. Yes, so now I'm getting it to be ready to actually walk again because I broke that a while ago. It's kind of loud. Spotify could do a lot better job of balancing audio. That setting is supposedly on, but it's still like, there's stuff that is just 3 times louder than everything else. Yeah, it just doesn't, it does not do a good job. It probably limits itself, like how far it can move the volume, and it's just not enough. There was one that I added that was just way too loud, or it was either way too loud or way too quiet, and every time it would come on, I'd have to turn it up or turn it down. Okay, so I called do step on those right away. So now, if any of them... An early step is if... Hey, Deadline. Jailbreak my PS2 by hacking the DVD reading firmware. I don't have a PS2. An early step happens... Yeah, this is a weird thing. Currently, I think the original code had it happen... Any leg that was not comfortable, or that was comfortable, but was far enough away, would start walking early anyway. However, it can only do that if all of the legs are allowed to move. Or all of the legs that are not moving are allowed to move. Okay. Maybe playing Overwatch this morning? No. 12 days no response to my Halo Sport ticket. Yeah. They hire those guys on the weekend or something. Or they probably will like build it up to like whatever number that they have, and then they clear out everything that has been submitted before that point. Start remaining legs. So calling do step should make it start moving. So I go to everything that's not moving, and I will start a do step. Why did I need want? I guess it was because, yeah, I think I probably don't need that now. Because the idea was that at least one leg needs to want, and all have to be allowed. But I kind of misunderstood that. I don't think I need it, but I'm going to leave it just in case I realize that I do. So this should all be leg debug. Can something just unlock achievement? They don't have interns anymore. Honestly, it probably could be that. Like, they've read the ticket and they've, like, submitted it to be corrected, and they're waiting for it to be corrected before they reply to you. Can't stay, see you later. Alright. See you, Danilin. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, these legs will enable with an early step. And then I feel like that's it. That might be all the logic. Should sync step leg is stepping with. Yeah, so this isn't necessary anymore because I check all of that up front. And this happens. Stepping with blank. Huh. Maybe the question then is which one of these triggered the early step? At least one of these has to say it. So I'm going to say that the can early step is going to be like an early step index. So it only triggered the first time. Well, I guess I can say if maybe it should just be does not equal -1. So then I can reset this. And when they equal, like this. This one gets the early step and the other ones will get stepping with. Okay, I guess it's more just supposed to be null. Because I want to get the name. Hello, chat, I like this dude. What are you making, Gabe? Gabe owner, what game are you making? I am making a first-person shooter where I need to like actually get a proper like thing that I can repeat. Now I'm saying it's kind of like Half-Life in how physics are going to be part of the weapon sandbox. So it'll be first-person shooter and you're shooting robots. And the robots are physically simulated. That's funny. Well, I enunciate it really well. So, Gabe owner. So this is the early step leg. No. I don't need that now. Yeah. So yeah, I think I probably don't need this. Next step target local is finite. So I think probably on top of this, what's going to happen is that do step needs to check for that. It needs to actually know that it has a valid location to go to. And if it doesn't, then it should just kind of drop. It should just drop it. All allowed. Right, okay. This is actually where it comes in. I have to skip. Because it's possible it could come back and say, I make the call, and it comes back and says, I actually can't do that. So then I won't do that. Should it be... Because I guess now that I think, like, what happens, like, frame to frame, every single frame is going to come back and say, oh yeah, we need to do an early step. And it's like, okay, but I can't. Constantly. So... in that case, maybe can move is doing that check as well. Can move means that it has a place to go to. But then I don't actually want that to interrupt it. So that's not really the place for it. It could have no target, but still want to move. but I don't want it to end up triggering this and saying, okay, so let's do that. Well, I guess not. That if it wants to move, it would be like this. It would say, all right, we're not comfortable. So it's going to, every single frame is going to come back through here and say, yeah, we need to step. So I suppose I need to have something in there that is either a cooldown or an additional check, which I think I probably just deleted it. No, it's right here. That it even has a target in the first place. So this was want to move. If the leg is not grounded, I think it always... If the leg is not grounded and not moving... Okay. I just don't want to write this if it already had some reason. Because this is kind of a waste of... I mean, it's debug. It's whatever. I don't even use want results. This doesn't enable early step. So that's fine. Though it will come through here and tell it to do step twice. So that's also the other issue. So I guess I could check it there. If the leg is moving or step target local is infinite, or it's not finite, whatever. Is moving is just always turned on. Or it's a boolean. It's not checking two other booleans. I really need to avoid a double call. I only want to call it once. I guess that's where want results comes in then, but that's like a bit mask, which is probably more annoying to check than just setting a boolean on the leg. Perhaps this could be like move results instead. Like I've considered it to be moving, so I don't want to do anything to it. I'll call it move results. And then I can check move results. Though probably in GDScript bit masking is just really, really bad. And I don't need the check is moving here. I have move results, which I guess would go here. It does not equal 0. So if that bit is not 1, if the bit is 1, I need to ignore it. Okay. So that's handled there. But it would be the case that I'd come back through again. Let's say it is comfortable, but it doesn't have a target. Okay. Maybe it is just that it needs to have a target. I should probably just drop all of this. It needs to have a target, and it needs to... I need to have a better check for this. If the leg is moving, or it has no target, I should ignore it because it doesn't actually want to move right now. And I'm fine with double checking this. I can be okay double checking that line. If it is moving or it does not have a target, don't call. So we'll skip through these really fast if they don't have anything, and then we get out here and it'll do the same thing again. It'll skip through these really fast. So maybe that could be its own Boolean check. Like, has next target. Can I just write it all in one line? I probably can, can't I? What if I did that? It's gonna be really annoying. It'd make me do it all. What if... Wait, what if I did that? Are you okay with this? Expected get or set. Cannot resolve. Yes, you can. Just making up problems. Next target. This is probably a bad variable name, actually. It should probably be has next. No. This is a bad variable name. Could, not even could step, has step. Has, okay. Has step target is really, or has next target is really similar to, like, a local field or a local variable that's like checking to see, hey, we reached our current target, do we have another target? Like that kind of thing. So that's why I think it's a bad name. Then I guess that just means next step target is probably bad as well. I'll figure it out if I need to figure it out later. So leader does all this. Now, update target. Or I guess do step. Probably needs to have something. Change generated target series. I think this is probably a combination of... I'm not doing any of this. All of this actually goes away. A lot of this goes away. Calculate step vector is the important part. And that's probably, at that point, it might be ready. So calculate step vector. I guess I'll probably just start over. So yeah, what should target do? Draw step target is stepping. I'll leave that, that's probably fine. But this is actually not correct. Draw step target? Draw step, that's probably fine. If we are not stepping, we return, but that's not really what should be happening. So this would be like... if we don't have a target to travel to. So the target should always be moving. Suppose updated will always update. Okay. So something is need to happen. I should have a local target and or rather I have a global target and the leg is always trying to stay at that location. So every frame it recalculates what that is locally and updates the target to be that at that local location. And then the leg is trying to move to that. So we should always have an IK target. And I guess I can, if I ever want something where I just turn that off, that could be done, but not from in here. Because this one doesn't have any concept of that IK. It's just applying a target location. It's up to the body to say, to turn off that IK happening. Turn off motors, things like that. So every frame, I should have some target location. Okay. So many things. There's too many things. Too much stuff. This genuinely does too much. Step travel. Okay. So step target global, I think, is where I'm trying to keep the leg at. And I don't even have it documented, which is ridiculous. I should have it documented. What? Okay. Target dot position equal. Only two places that it happens. Step target. If we're closest to target, set it to step target. But this is wrong. Okay. So yeah. I think just like at the end of this, I guess I'll just start here. Target equals I have a global position that should change rarely, but I do know that my local position is changing often. So I guess I would just write to local, whatever the global position is. So this would be, I'll say this is target global. Target. It's going to be called target global position, is what it's going to be called. I'll be right back. I'm back. So I want to have a target global position that is essentially fixed. But I do think there's a case where there's not really a good place. And so the target is going to be defined as a local target already. So I wouldn't need to waste the time to take a local target, make it global, and then make it back to local. So I guess I would like to do actually, yeah. So if target if I have it, I'm going to assume that it's good, and I've already checked that it's good. Otherwise, I'm using a target, some sort of like safe local target or something. Right, target rest position, I think, should be defined as a local target position on setup. So I need to make sure that I need to define whether or not this is local or not. I guess I could make assumptions that if it exists, it's local, or if it doesn't say otherwise, then it's local. And if it says global, then I know it's global. And if I see local, then I should assume there exists a global version of it. That's probably right. Yeah, I think most of this is probably gonna will probably drop out to like needs to drop out of something else. Because the lake shouldn't really be managing how this stuff happens. It should just kind of say, I mean, ideally, I think I want to have that distance joint connected to some small sphere that acts as like the grab point, and then have like I guess probably just have custom code that will could make that body sticky in some way. So, well, no, because that body should be very rigid. So collisions need to essentially need to transfer 100% to whatever body A would be, but it still needs to track collision, so it still has to be a body in that sense. I mean, I guess it's kind of like the suspension, like how the vehicles do suspension, where there's not actually a physical body there, so it saves some time. And it's just a spring that is always fully extended, or tries to be. And when it does have contact, then it tries to resist. If it's set to like stick mode, it won't pull away. It'll apply a bunch of force to keep the other body close to it. If it's set to not stick, then it's not going to do that. But it will push and pull. Well, I think it will push lightly. Well, I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. Because the issue there is that if I set my targets wrong, then it's going to push too much. And like basically cause itself to detach because it's just applying. I don't know, it'll just be weird. The leg bodies will be pushed away and then they want to pull back, so the motors counter it. And it would have like a bad feedback, I guess. So I guess maybe then in that case, target would probably, if it's grounded, it'll read where the end bone position is and say, okay, we're cool, and we just like update to that spot. So the IK should relax. So even if I do set the target to be like in the ground and it goes to the ground, it'll collide and that target should pull back and relax it. Yeah, I think that would work. Okay. I'm likely to forget that though. What was I doing? Why do I have a target global rest? Local rest, I calculate global rest, target global rest. Who uses it? It is for the draw rest area. Which feels not needed now because I should just be calculating it here. I should just be calculating it here. And I think the order, this should work. Oh, that needs local rest. I mean, sure. Which I could even just say this is too global, which just multiplies it by that. Yeah, yeah. Used to track relative velocities. This doesn't even happen anymore. Contact velocity. All of this definitely needs to drop out at some point. This even sets it to 0. This doesn't even set it. Huh. Did I just forget to do that? Probably. The thing is, I really don't want the leg to do any of this stuff. The leg should really just be saying, do I want the stick? Do I not want the stick? And the physics sim does everything for it. And then crawler character knows how fast it's moving because it's just itself. Ground velocity. Its own velocity over, I suppose, I could say the average velocity of the legs. That probably makes sense, right? But then even this, I think this is happening because this is a friction calculation. So even this drops out. Yeah, because I see it's used here for leg ground velocity, which is used here for friction, and that's it. It is used here for leg force, which is a friction force, and I guess impacts and not pulls. So when it touches the ground, it applies a force into the ground. Plus acceleration. So yeah, this is sim stuff. I shouldn't have any of that. That should all be handled by an actual spring, by an actual distance joint with a distance joint that specifically, not even that actually, because on the internal it would be a spring part. Or I guess I don't know. It would be a spring that if it touches an object and it's turned on to, or whatever it collides, it does a ray cast, whatever it collides with, very similar to how vehicle suspensions work. It says, that's my spot. I'm going to apply forces pushing on that and pushing on my body. And that's how it works. Except in this case, I want it to do both. I want it to push and pull. So it basically be all of whatever vehicle constraint does, removing, changing how the shape works to just be a simple sphere, I think, and then moving the, removing the limitation that prevents it from pulling. Or just use alternate forces, I guess. A force number for a push and a force number for a pull. Though that's probably not correct because then I can't set... I want to be able to set a frequency and ratio, damping ratio, and I would make it a low frequency and critical damping. So that it should be super duper smooth. And then I'd want to use that on the character controller too. And probably have like a very light pull or something. Yeah, it's probably that damping is allowed to do. Well, I don't know. How could I make it so that I could have a different pull and push force? While maintaining just a single frequency and damping. We'll have a frequency and damping and then have like another value that says here's your max force for pushing and here's your max force pulling. Is that it? And then have that only apply to the spring and not the damping. But then if that's the case, then damping is going to be tuned with the assumption, that spring is a certain value. So then I would also have to limit damping in some way. So then I would just limit both. Future thoughts, I think. I should stop thinking about it. Future thoughts. Alright, so I want to go and get target set up so that it will just be moving through positions. If stepping, draw IK targets. I think it's because I always draw this, but I just want to draw it at the top because I'm not going to do anything. But then maybe this just goes away now. I think this just goes away now. I am always updating target. I mean, I guess there's kind of a case where I have... Maybe it is more that I just have a local points. Maybe I should just work in that space. I'm always working in local space. Yeah, because all the other stuff is... The reason I have that global one is all for the spring to do things and the ground stuff. So I'm going to not have that. But I do have to keep it until I change it out. But I did just see that I don't even use it anyway, so... Okay, so maybe I don't have a target. Maybe I'd never have a global position like that. Target point list. Target point index. Okay, so I added these. I just added these values without even... Oh well. Yeah, I think it probably makes sense that the leg is always saving it in local space. And if something changes, then it has to find a new local position. This is not used anymore, so I'll just drop it. Step target. Okay, so there is kind of a thing where the scanner should probably actually be saving a global position. And then when I'm ready, I lock it in as a local position. But the whole body is moving, so it could still move backwards. So still, okay. Okay, so I think at least in terms of endpoints, that stays global, but intermediate locations probably could just stay local to save on that calculation. And I'm just always comparing local points. But I do save... End position is global. Leg normal is global. I even use like normal. Ground detection. I would like motions to be local, but I do have a case where that final position where it wants to move the leg at is a ground location. Because the ground could be moving or the body could be moving relative to the ground, that global position could be changing constantly in local space, which means I'd have to keep updating the target position in local space. Okay. I need to start really documenting these. Leg and, I mean, local end position. And this should just be normal. Because the silly thing that happens is that it's calling like leg end position, which is just silly. We know it's a leg. I don't need to prefix. I shouldn't be prefixing anything with leg. Nothing should be prefixed with leg. That's redundant. So I probably want two. And I'll call it endpoint instead. The local endpoint is relative to the leg. Do you think it's faster to say like dot to global and then pass a point, or do global transform times that? I'm actually way too curious now. I want to know which one's faster. So I'm going to do a performance test. Because I think that actually matters a lot. Because there's so many transform multiplications that could be replaced with a 2 global, 2 local. I want to know what that specifically does, though. Okay, so 2, right, because that would definitely just be a Node 3D thing. Global transform affine inverse, global transform X form. Because the reason that I think it might be faster is because this would be a function lookup and pass the value right away. And then we're in C++ world. The alternative is retrieve the transform, observe the operator, find the operator function, pass both, return result. So I feel like it should actually probably be way faster. Like a significant difference, I think. I want to know. I need to know. Yeah. So the idea is every frame I'm just going to do this. And I'm going to do like, I don't know, a few thousand iterations and see which one has the higher frame rate. It's kind of my idea. Yeah, I'll do that. Though I think most of it probably, well, actually no. I was gonna say most of the performance might just be sunk into the for loop. Okay, then I will just do this. I'll just have it running. I'll just only do the calculation every frame. And then somehow I need to record the frame rate. I think just using the performance profile is probably all I should do. Okay. Um, What does it all mean? I don't know. Is there not like... Okay, maybe I don't really want to print it. I'll print it. Okay, but VSync is turned on. I need to turn that off. Okay. Thanks for following, Miguel Roland. Okay, so it says 2250, 22 something. Okay, I should probably not print it so often because that's just obliterating it. Because that would be that many prints per second, and I do not need that. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna write a for loop. I'm gonna do it 100 times. Timer 0. That probably ran enough. 2360. Because I think it's also the case that retrieving the Godot transform has a performance impact as well. Which means if I'm pulling it back into GD script, then that's a problem. Do I need to do it more? Maybe it should just be a button. Maybe it should actually just be a button. Whoops. And not checking frame rate, because that's probably silly. Time. Since the engine started. Performance. Not what I'm looking for. does this say? Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. I mean, if I have to go too high, then it's probably not even worth it anymore. So there's some numbers. No, I want to try that. Go on the Hassan Pike. Was going to buy an anti-capitalism shirt? I don't think so. Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely faster to use 2, which I expected it should be. 100% faster. I mean, not like 100% faster, but it's certain. These are the 300s, 400s, and the other one's the 600s, 700s. So it's faster. All right. Well, that's really great to know. Anywhere I can use it, I need to use it. Although I think it's can use. Which, you know, I can use. Which is not always true. But anywhere I can, I should. Next step target global, next step target local. I feel like probably calling it step target is not correct. I think it should be like, it probably should just be called target global position. Like I have it written there, which is going to be like the final location I'm going to. I guess I could have both, and I could just use sort of use an assumption that if I have a local position, I favor that. Or no, if I have a global position, I favor using that. If I don't, then I use a local position, and I should always have a local position. If I don't, then I guess I would just, it would need to default to, yeah, probably like target rest position. And then I would have like intermediate points that I'm traveling to. And probably what it should be is that I set up, no. I was going to say I create the list of target positions, and once I reach that last point, I cache it as a global or something, but no, I shouldn't do that. That list could also be global positions. They could be local positions. I really don't want to use something that has to like say whether or not it's a global or local. I could use vector 4s and use that last term to be like a signal value that's a local or a global point. Global points, when they're set, should definitely not change. Also, I mean, the same way. If I say a local, it's going to stay that value unless I deliberately change it. A global is even the same way. It's going to stay that value unless I deliberately change it. It's not going to be a case where I have a global and I'm like, okay, well, I want to use it as a local, but then maybe change it or something. Or I have a local mapping to a global or some other way around. It'll just be that. So I mean to move these up. So target bone ID is heavily used. It's very important too. A signal value could work. because I think it's usually the case that steps have a set of local points, and then they have the global point. That is more options. Definitely more options. So packed vector 4. The last value, I guess I'd probably say, like, if it's 0, it's local. If it's not 0, it's a global, which means I need to map it to a local. But the fast path is definitely just setting it as a local point. A local point. So if these points, I think it makes sense to be tracking it continuously as a global point. And I think I only need it when I need it as a, yeah, I think it's actually fine to always have this as that. So I don't want to use that. Because I just maintain it as a global point, and when I need it, I grab it. Okay. Because otherwise that's wasted time. Step target. That is also wasted time. I think this is all wasted time. That's in the update. This should be going in the update target, so when I need that, I'm just going to cut it. If I have this, I save it. And this should probably go up to the top. Because otherwise it seems like a weird place. Update step cast, I guess, probably goes in here. And then that can be updated right there. Though, I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe not. That's like the update, but that's not really relevant to it. It's more relevant here. If it's colliding, grab our next step target. And yeah, I'm going to stick with the thing that if it doesn't say that it's global, then it's local. And I should be documenting. Step, that whole thing is going to change. So yeah, I think this also should just be going away because it's just kind of silly. Step origin. This is only set and not even read. So I guess this goes away. I think that was for like tracking, trying to track like motion and drawing an arc. But if I'm producing a local set of points and then I target global, then I don't need to do that. I calculate the arc once. I don't need to recalculate it. Well, it will be a thing that if the global moves too fast, I need to have some way where, definitely the case where like if the body's moving quick and we go off an edge so that global target is rapidly coming back, then the leg needs to like say, okay, well my local point was here, but now my end point's here, so I need to go straight to that and skip that motion. Right. Okay, yeah. So I'll get back to do step when I get there. Target global position. Yeah, I need to start in here now. So update. Well, do step will do a lot of this math. So I guess I'm just gonna start by writing in here what update target is doing. Update target needs to read the local end position and compare it to the current local target. That's probably what it should do. Local endpoint, compare it to target point list, target point index. So target point index. Okay. So I guess the very first thing is that if the target point index is -1, then I'm in sort of like, I want to maintain where I'm at, which this would come into like checking where the end position is and backing off from that if it needs to, and just like saying whatever will move with it. So this is at rest. And it's probably a case where I should allow the leg to move some distance away, but not too far. Because this is the code for like if the spring is pushing the leg back, so the end position comes away from the target, I need to move the target back to the end position. So maybe I'll just say like at rest, And I'll like probably maybe what makes sense to me is to have like a soft or like a proportional travel, but still have some kind of limit. Okay, so think about it. So the leg has been displaced. Almost certainly the leg has been displaced from its actual target. But I think it's safe to assume that we were previously close to the target. And then I think the target needs to be a global point as well. This is probably where... Yeah, there's like a catch for when it displaces too much, and I need to do something where I just say like, let's return to our rest spot instead. So I probably have a local point. I probably use my current target position as local, my end local, where I ended up, and travel target to that local endpoint to some threshold. If it comes back and it's too far away, I say, all right, let's just reset and set target position back to local target, or the rest position. Or maybe it's like maybe it's like, in this case, maybe it's some sort of spring as well, where we travel. No, we don't want to do that, because that end point could not be the rest point. I'll get there if I need to get there. So okay, let me think about it more from engineering. What happens here? This is sort of like measuring that. Let's say that system has done all the measurements, all the calculations. I know precisely where the end of the leg is now, and I know where I wanted it to be. Target position is where I wanted it to be. End position is where it is now. And I know that this is a rest time. This is a time that I want to not be moving the leg very much. So what do I do then? I want to stay close. I would like to try and stay close to where my target was. Okay, maybe it's this. Maybe I move the true target closer to the end, and I take the end and move that closer to... I set target position to the end point and move that closer to my true target. So I have some sort of like true target, which should be like a local point, which I could use target rest position. Okay. I think it probably does make sense to have this. Is this a poor name? Position of the leg at rest, set as the target position on setup. How is this used? Is it used anywhere else? It's only used in here. How is it used? Okay. So this seems important. The rest position, I am allowed to move it. This rest position is specifically like a default rest. So maybe this is a bad name for how it's used, and I want to use it in a different way. Don't care about that. Okay. So instead of calling it a target rest position, I'm going to call it a... I think I'm just going to call it a rest position. That's fine that this is like that. Okay. And then I already did document it. Set as the target position on setup. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to assign it like that. Okay. So now, do I have any like target underscore up here? I don't. I've deleted all of it, I guess. There's this, but I know that this is going to go away too. Yeah, I think step target is always live. This is always live, so I'll just use that. Global transform times next step target global. That just goes away. Okay. I'm gonna drop. Yeah, I need to drop step target. Do I have a copyright that I want to keep? Nope. And I want to move this down. Target rest in local space. Okay. So now target rest position, and it's being annoying. Just gonna drop all of it. Okay, so the recovery is I probably only do this if the displacement's great enough. So I'll say 3 centimeters. If the leg ends up more than 3 centimeters away, I'm gonna travel this to that point. Like very, very slowly, I think. But the way that I am doing it is that I want it to I don't know. This is in meters per second. I feel like I also want to have it be accelerations, because acceleration always play nicer with physics than just pure velocity. I could also make it proportional to displacement. So I could say, 2 would be recover 20% per second. I think maybe that's fine. Okay. So if if a local endpoint distance squared to is it only yeah, I think it's specifically if this is greater than what is it? Target rest position. I'm just gonna save. If it's greater than this, then I want to travel target rest towards local endpoint with this rate. Though this needs a delta time and it doesn't have a delta time, so where I get delta time from body delta. Huge. So move towards it using the displacement. Okay, let me try this. And then end displacement is the local endpoint distance squared to let me call this rest displacement. And this will be target displacement. I want to flip these around. If the target is further than this distance away, then I want to wait a second. The target is moving towards rest position. But the target is also starting at... Okay. So I always just want to, when we come back in, just say, all right, let's just start from where we are now and then move from there. And there's sort of like a closing range here. If the target's too far away from where the leg is, it'll move towards where the leg is. If the leg is too far away from where it wants to be at rest, it'll move towards where it wants to be at rest. And then I think this is probably a return. I probably need that then. If I can simplify, then I'll simplify it when I get to that. Okay. So then otherwise I'm going through so I think I've said that if in the travel I end up closer to a future point, I just skip ahead. Which means I do have to check every point every frame. Every point in the future every frame. I did just remember this though. There's like an engine physics frames. There's like a sample piece of code right here. This is possible. I can do this. I can compare directly to the physics frames and use a modulo to gain performance benefits with just reducing the accuracy of the crawler, which I'm fine with doing that. If it becomes a problem, I'm fine with doing that. So I think I'm probably just doing like a 4i in range. Wow. For I in range, target point index to target point list size. So I'm always scanning forward. I want to track the best distance. So if I'm closer to any future point, I want the most future point to become the new target. Infinity. So this is more just progressing that target point index. And these are vector 4s. Yeah. And I always want it local. So it's going to be a case that I just check that fourth component. And then if it's 0, that is my local. If it's not, I localize it. And this sucks. Point up. I would love for vector 4 to have a method that just chops off the end. But nothing returns a vector 3. What if a vector 3 has that? Like I can initialize it with a vector 4. Nope. Tough. Well, I mean, I guess I can do this. And then if this is not equal to 0, local point is 2 local point. It's probably better. And yeah, I think I'm only checking the local endpoint. And this is just sort of like a no-op on the first run, because this is always going to happen on the first run. But it's whatever. Okay, I mean, it could be skipped. It could be skipped. So I do have to calculate it. It's, you know what, I'm gonna leave it like that. It's fine. It works. It will just ensure that it calculates the first time. So this will just progress that index. So then I think I probably also just want to store that target, that local point. And I'll just leave it as that. So that'll always be us. That'll be set. Hello. At Hoff94. That's probably just not even right. Nice stuff. I'm Java Dev. I'm gonna have to go, but I will be back to watch more. Alright, cool. Yeah. Good luck. Yeah, thanks. You too. Target local point. So I've got that. I'm gonna do it. Do what? If I have a target local point, I want to go to that. Overwatch. Alright. I also have to check. I also need to progress when I am close enough to the target point index. So probably join? No, I'm not. I'm working. So this will progress the index to the closest point. Dude. Why'd you delete? Okay. This progresses the index to the closest point. The closest point in the future. Maybe I just probably write this as a +1. Because then this will just skip completely. Okay. I think maybe first I just grab the current point. If we're close enough to it, I consider it reached and I take up the target point. So then this drops back. And then when the target point index exceeds the size of the target point list, I mark that as the target rest position in local space. Yeah. So this means it has the effect that if the crawler's standing still and one of its legs are on a platform that starts to move, the leg is gonna pull forward, but then it's gonna be like, okay, and it should just like step backwards. Because the motors are gonna read that there's like a change, so the motor should just kind of like, I guess, sort of like try to drag the leg backwards if they can. But that should just mean that these have to be relaxed enough that it should ultimately travel with the platform instead of just like dragging the leg across the ground. Which I don't know, maybe I can read that displacement, and if I get more than 5 centimeters away from my rest, then I just say, let's make it a step and like recover. Like lift the leg and land back on the ground. Though I guess it is always up here, so we do always check first if we're uncomfortable. And then how is it set? So we go through here. Distance squared to rest is actually wrong because rest delta is supposed to be end position. This is the true value, not the target. So if we have enough displacement that we've become uncomfortable, it will pick up and say, all right, let's recover. And this is sort of just like meant to be, well, okay. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe target position should just always teleport to local endpoint. Well, I guess it does. I mean, that is what it does. It teleports there and then it moves a little bit. It moves 20% of the way to its rest every second, which is actually really slow. So it really only matters if it's like not really being displaced. It's being displaced by some small force. So it might even be kind of doing nothing, but something. Very little. Okay. That seems good then. Current target points. Yeah, I'm just gonna move this up here. Yeah, I'll just call it target point. I actually missed a detail. I need to know a distance. As in, do I want to be right on top of it? Or do I want to be within 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 4 centimeters? What do I want to be? To call it achieved. But I am still able to use a signal that it's a local or a global, probably by like the sign. So if it's a positive value, it's local. Yeah. If it's a positive value, it's a local. If it's a negative value, it's a global. I gotta stretch for a second. I gotta reach for my toes. All right. Okay. And then the target distances will all be saved as squared because those are just way better. So I consider it reached, and I will do target add 1. And maybe I should move this before this section. No, because I think I want this to be on the next frame always. Because in motion, the target point's just going to stay where I want it to be until the leg reaches it, and then I teleport it, leg reaches it. I want all of that. So I increment target here. And I guess whenever I do that, I can just check. I could also let it be part of this and leave this as kind of like that check. And then I have the target local point. I just set it back to infinity here or something. No, I won't, because, yeah, this can just... Yeah, okay. So I still grab the closest point, and, I'm still always progressing forward to whatever is ahead, whatever's closer that is in the future. So by the end of this, I definitely have a target local point. But then I can check to see if that target local point is at the end. And when it's at the end, um, I think I just want to clear right away and move to this sort of thing. But that's also not a good idea because I want to make sure that I get close enough to it first. Okay, so I will have to check it here. And I'll use this one. Even though it should be impossible to end up being greater after adding one. Target rest position is target local point. And target point list. I don't need to clear it, so I won't clear it. I can just set this to -1. And this would have to be returned. Technically, it's actually fine because it should end up calculating that the last point is the closest one. But then it also makes the target point index. So this would actually just keep looping, so yeah. I just need to make sure it returns. I mean, I don't know if I really need to note that. Though there could be like a case where I have some special pattern where a future point happens to be in the middle. So like say I want to say go from here to here and then back to the middle. As it's traveling, it's going to skip that last point and just go to the end point. So that could be bad. I don't know if I have a signal. I guess I could have like a Boolean that says like allow skip and I turn it on or off. And when it's turned on, it will skip and that would be easy to add in. But I'll leave it to do. Especially if it's like I want to move left, right, or something. I mean, that's actually perfect. Hang on, I probably just want to add that as a... I think I just want to add that right away. I'll leave it true by default. Default, what the... If for some reason I want an animation where it waves or something, that's gonna have repeated positions and I don't want it to skip. That's just a return right away. If we don't allow skipping ahead, target local point. So if it's saved as a global point, we're always recalculating it. We're just checking to see if we're close enough yet. In the down here, I'll just say target. Target local point, because this could skip ahead. And then all of this should go away. Though does not all of it. Because some of this is leg speed definitely goes away. I don't have leg speed anymore, that's not a thing. It's defined by the motor parameters. What if I want to hold time? Hold time can probably be achieved roughly by just dropping the distance necessary, but even that's kind of annoying. That wouldn't really be right. Yeah, I guess in the future, if I want that as well, this needs to just become a packed vector array. And I will just skip through like 5 numbers at a time. Or have some better data structure. Because there's not going to be very many points to check, but there will be many legs. So it probably is preferred this should be like a condensed thing that I can skip very quickly. Probably what it is then is I would just keep... Okay. What is it? Struct of arrays or array of Yeah. So I think instead of doing that, it's probably just this should be a vector 3, and then I have some data thing which is minimum distance, which can also just encode whether or not it's a local or a global. And how long it should sit there. So I'll go ahead and preemptively get that in there. It'll be a factor to do, right? Because I don't know if it... I don't know what else it's gonna have. I know it's definitely gonna have these two, and it might have more. So whatever. So I can just call that local point. And then I should probably write down specifically what this. Yeah, it's good. I don't have timings yet, so I just put a to-do note here. I'll save that note there. So if it's negative, do that. And I won't have that because I've described it in the description. Move target ahead. here. This becomes a 3. I would have to be reading data, so maybe I should just keep that as... If all I want is time, okay. I will change it back to vector 4. And have this just be a packed float 32 array. I'm definitely going to look at that in the future and be like, why did I write it like that? But I'll just call it span. Point is less than 0. Which does mean if I ever want it to be 0, but as a global point, I have to set like a very small negative value. Although floats can encode negatives, but I think comparisons like this don't work. -0 is not actually less than 0, I think. And I think they also are equivalent. Do I have like... I can obtain the sign, but that's, you know, that's... And also, I'm not even sure if sign works on negative. It's also probably possible that sign still doesn't work with a negative. With a -0. I think, yeah, I think it returns 0 if it's 0. So you still can't determine if it's a -0. Silly stuff. Okay, so there's all the target stuff. Step, all of that, I think, drops out. Or maybe not. Maybe I should just copy all of this into... I'm going to copy all of this. And all of these returns... Okay, I have that thing copied, so let me move it up here first. Because that code will get you reused. Just gonna turn that off. Okay. So that is probably update target. Now, do step needs to. I want it to compute a list of targets. And I think simply it's just going to be one local point, and then the last one's going to be that global point. But that can move. So I need to have some code. It probably should be update target that does this. So I'm going to try to get that set first. I need to move that endpoint if it's the last one. So yeah, I think I'm going to do like a check here. Do I have is stepping still? I do. Honestly, I think for now, I just will update the yeah. And I only need to do it if I got a collision on this frame, right? I guess it could go here. So I could just say if it's colliding, we save it. And if we're actively stepping, I think it should just move the point. So I think it should happen up here and not in update target. Well, okay, it is relevant to the target, and I kind of don't want to touch it there. That seems maybe a bit spaghetti. I think it's spaghetti. I think I should just leave it there. Because that's just, this is not really related to target stuff. This is target stuff. So this means we got a new point. And then I think it probably also is the case that I should only do it if it's more than some distance away. So if the target is like, yeah, let me like use that goal point then. Rather than 2 times goal distance, because I know what could happen is that it's coming down, and I guess technically I should just convert it to local space then. And if local space has it too far away, then I need to move it. Because if the crawler is moving correctly, the leg is sitting above it and it's coming down at like a fixed rate, right? So whenever it's converting from that global back to local, it shouldn't be changing. If we're getting a new point, it shouldn't be changing. It would only change if we're like near the end and then it snaps. Oh, I guess that's a thing, isn't it? If we have a gap and then it teleports forward. So maybe I say convert to local space and only update if it's close in local space. Or just wait and wait to make a new step. Yeah. So I'm just going to say that I happen to know the last point here in this case is always global. That's how stepping works. Is step target used? Okay, good. So it's not actually a thing. Alright, so I'm good. It just highlighted, so. Am I doing this more than once? I do it a few times. It's probably fine. Step target. It has to be locally close. Also, this should be like a local target point, not target local point. What? The thing is, if I'm updating it, it's possible that it could move. It's like I need to have sort of like a lock. I can't move it too far. If it's within the goal distance, it should be fine. But then it becomes a problem in the next update where if it's moved again. Especially if we're already close. Moving it multiple times farther away is a problem. I could mark it as the target rest position, though that's not very good. I could just track a travel distance that this has made and just prevent it from moving too far. That might be fine. So next step target global. local step target travel. I'll just use that. So this will be limited by, I think, the goal distance. So that's the max travel. So max travel should just be this minus the local step target travel. And this is how far we're allowed to move it. So I think I'll probably just always move it towards this point, just using the max travel value. And I do want to save it. So I guess it's also always like the global thing. So maybe I just say, okay, no, I think I don't do that. And I say, I don't need it to be local at all. Point. I guess I can kind of just write it directly. It is in global space, though. Okay. It's already global. I'm an idiot. It's already global. It's already global. Move toward max travel. And then local step target travel, I will add. I need a max. This in 0. Add the distance between step target point and new step target point. Can I not just use max travel? No, because move toward won't go past it. Max travel could be greater, so I need to recalculate it. Though I guess I can calculate the length between these two and just do the min and then just add that. It's probably way better. I think I know what the code of this would even be, but I'm just going to check. Core math vector. If length is less than delta, the difference between these 2 points If length is less than delta or length is less than 0, okay, set it to the end. Otherwise, I do vector plus the delta over the length times delta. Why is it copying all the way over there? It's funny. All right. Oh, it's probably because I have it written like. Yeah, okay, that would be why. Does this copy work? I think it doesn't work. Oh, it does. Okay. Smex travel. Um, 2 minus this, so the next step target global. I don't know why I'm writing it out. It's absolutely faster just to let it do that math. It's absolutely faster just to let it do it. It's so much faster. Okay. So I increase local step target by the distance between from step target to new step target. So as it travels, it's going to build up. Though I guess it is kind of incorrect, isn't it? It's probably just meant to be like an original step target, and I just shouldn't. Yeah, okay, so this is also wrong. Because there's like a circular motion that could happen that prevents it from moving when it could still move. So I'm just going to say step target initial. So it's just max travel. Does this not have one where I can like start with a vector 3? No, I wish it did. We'll just maintain that point. So travel that when we are stepping. Good. Okay. Now, producing the setup. So do step needs to, it can definitely just say step target initial is next step target global. Calculate step vector is some important code to keep. Current to move towards goal. So this kind of allows me to have some setting where I say how many marks do we want to have for the path. The more marks, the more it's going to travel along that path specifically. But I want to always have a mark at the highest point. So I guess it's kind of like, if I say I want 2 points, where do I put it? Because I need to have a mark at the highest point, no matter what. Do I put that second point? I don't know, where does it go? I've also been thinking, does it, for a step, does the step just work by lift the leg, rotate, and the idea is that it's going up to the target, to the height above the point and then coming down? Or is it getting to the height halfway and then staying and then coming down? Like, where is that point? So maybe that's like a setting. That's just a parameter. I say we'll reach our max height 20% of the goal, 100% of the goal, as soon as possible. So our first target is to go straight up, right? But essentially, this is just controlling a this is like a rotation style type stuff. Are we going in a straight line? Are we rotating it? You know, are we spinning it out? Okay, step vector, current, goal, delta. So I think it's right to wow, to have goal be there, because goal is just the endpoint. Or no, I guess I meant more like current should be there. Goal I probably need to extract somehow, because otherwise I'm doing certain math with it that I probably don't need to do too much, which I guess certain math is just this length squared, which isn't really that bad. So the delta I don't think should be a distance. I think I want this to be a percentage. Man, I wish I kept this math, because now I look at this and I know what that was doing. Now I don't know what that's doing. I guess it's arc length, right? So maybe this just changes to step delta times current length if it's a proportional value. Is that right? It's probably time for me to get food. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's time for me to get food. I think, yeah, this is supposed to be radians as in like arc length, sine of radians, sine to angle 2. So yeah, this is arc length, I think. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna get food. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. Yeah, this must be Radiance, so I think this would just be... I'm not gonna mess with that. I'm just gonna eat, and then I'll go through that again. I'll be back. I'm back. I thought of having a curve. Okay. I might just say I'll complicate it later. For now, I think the simplest thing is just to have 2 points. 1 point halfway to the goal and at the target height. 1 point above the goal at the target height. And then I guess that's 3 points. I'm probably just going to inline this math, because this is the generator for all the points. I'll move it back to a function after I get it right. Because having a function would be nice. I remember now. It's also the case that the length from the leg to the endpoint and the leg to the target are different, so that has to be interpolated as well. If either one of them are 0, we don't actually have anything to rotate on, so it just moves towards it. Which should basically never happen, but it's just an edge case. But I can work in 3D space. And I think probably I also just want to do rotations on the cross of these two. That's right. Yeah. And using the cross, I think, is good because it means it should. If it's like going upstairs, it should move up faster because that plane is tilted. So the leg will sweep this way. Yep. Definitely what I should do. Uh, yeah, so I think I mean to cross. I think it doesn't matter which way I go, because I have to. No, it does, because I need to make sure that whichever way I'm adding is the way that it will rotate correctly. So I need to start with the end, cross the start. And I think that gives me the vector that I want, probably. It's just the values. I'm just dumb. It's just the values. If they are, what happens if they are? It should be 0, right? If they point in the same direction, it should be 0. What if they point exactly 180 from each other? Let's say it's just 0, 1, and 0, -1. So it'd be -1 minus 1. Well, actually, this is 0. So that term is 0. That term is 0. That term is 0. So 0, 1, and 1, 0. Zero. Huh? Oh, that's 1, which is correct. Okay. So if they point opposite directions, then it's also a 0. So if I have a sweep axis, then I should have an angle. Let me double check what sine angle 2 does. Whoa, where is it? Sine. So I typoed it. Slides out the axis, slides out the axis. If it's perpendicular to both, then I don't care. But I do already have the axis. So I can actually just use a cosine dot b. That's all I have to do. Normalize them both. If the axis is perpendicular to both, it should yeah. So I have angle. I guess I can actually just cache all this. I can cache this entire check at the start. It's probably the right thing to do. So if any of this is true, I want this to become false. And because they're ORs, they just look for the first one that's true, so they short circuit out, and then they invert it. So it does have to check all these for all this to be false. So I want to take isn't really a lot easier than I think it is. Why did I use this? I think I used it because I was doing it like iteratively in the future. But I can probably just interpolate directly. Yeah. I think probably what I want to do is just interpolate directly. Well, get closest point to segment. I think I think what I mean to do is to say like, because I might want leg swing amount to be greater than 1, and this handles that case where I just interpolate from the linear point to the swing point using the swing amount. And if it's greater than 1, then that means I will be swinging further out. Right. There's like a line and a curve, and I'm like shaping that line to the curve. Or I go like past it and like super make it look really crazy. So should I do this or... Because, I mean, technically it's just going to be a straight line to it, because I know where this is. I don't think I need this. That seems right to me. And if fit to length, that's not a thing. So now what I want to do is I want to yeah, this should be an else. Right, that's cool. Very short now. Then I need to have a rise. Do I want to do the rise before? The rotation interpolation? Because if I do that, that makes the point, that lifts the point up. No, I shouldn't do that. No, because if I do it before that, then we're interpolating down to the ground. So a very high swing amount will like shoot into the ground. So I can't do that. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong way around. So yeah, I think it's just gonna do point, add, add, yeah. Because it's local space. It'll just be linear in that case. I think I said that I wanted to reach at halfway. Yeah. I want halfway to be at max, which means times 2. What if I wanted 2/3 to be the max? If I wanted to be at quarter, it would be 4. 1/2. If I wanted 3/4, would it be like 1.75? What is this number? Is it just the inverse? 1 over the fraction? So if I wanted 2/3, it would be 3/2. I'll just leave it. Yeah. Weird sound. Is that it? Is that all of it? Why do I check if it's 180 degrees? I don't think that matters. I don't... That doesn't seem like a real thing. Yeah, that's not what should happen. That doesn't make sense. Is this it? I have it now. And if I run it, I will see it do something. Alright, I guess it's time to hit run then. Post update doesn't exist. Legs need final ground velocity for some updates. Okay, I know I deleted it, and I probably was smart and actually checked before I deleted it. But I'm just gonna look and see what it was doing. Just to be sure. Because if I meant to delete it, then I would have looked outside as well and deleted it from there. Changing the comfort distance and that's it. So yeah, definitely deleting that. Because that's not how it should work. What? Solve rotation. Ground points. What now? What was target global rest? I think target global rest was probably target global rest. Target global rest. Oh, I thought I checked that. So well, all right, it's just easy because it's supposed to be what is it used for? Ground points using ground point. Okay, this is no, I remember what this is. Oh wait, no, this is just angular stuff. So using a rest point. Can I use more than one rest point? Okay, I think it's just supposed to be like leg. Leg. This is where it's trying to be. Yes, so that one should be good. It's being very funny looking. Interesting. It's not. What? It should be creating like a list of points, right? That's what it should be doing. So I'll go to do step. They've decided to not take a step. Oh, it's because like they don't also have a mistake right now. Well, maybe I want to leave it. Because yeah, I think I have springs here. So I'm just gonna clear that, and it might complain about not being real. So those two middle legs are out of their comfort spot. All legs are out of their comfort spot. So it should be trying to take a step right now, 100%. So I'll just start from the top and see where it goes wrong. Before I continue, has desired movement, good. Target direction, good. Sync paired is empty. Okay, so that's an issue. So that failed. Right. Do I forget to call update leg sets when it runs? Yep. Well, I mean, not really. Okay, I gotta start here. Oh, compile days can go up. I forgot. 2. So we should have all 5 legs. Okay, all the legs are broken. Why did I initialize it to true? Because I'm stupid? Definitely, because I'm stupid. They should not be initialized to true. They are not broken by default. That just doesn't make any sense. Okay, good leg count, missing leg count 0. AB and BA. So I expect to see indexes 0, 3, 4. I expect to see indexes 0, 3, 4 for leg set first, and 1, 2, 5 for leg set second. Okay. Leg set first. 0, 3, 4. Did I say that right? Yeah, 0, 3, 4. 0, 3, 4. 0, 3, 4. And then the other set should just be the other ones. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 5. Awesome. Okay, so that was the first problem. I think I'm just going to hit continue to go to the update. Okay. So we have our sync pair. Oh, that was itself. Right, of course. Yeah, so this one's leader. It should just be false for everything. In fact, yeah, has next target hasn't been run yet, so they don't have their targets. The step cast, well, actually, wait, why would it not have a target right now? I guess, I think it's because this no, I actually don't know why, so just hit continue. Okay, so we called do step. I don't understand why, but I guess I'm about to find out why. Why did we want to do step? Not leg is grounded. That doesn't make any sense. How did it not find ground? Oh, is it in the air? No, I'm like looking at it. All of these are purple. They turn like a blue color when they don't collide with something, which means they should all be colliding right now. I wish I could see information from this right now. Because it apparently means that this failed. I mean, I guess that's what it should mean. But it could also just be that it wasn't set correctly. False by default, has ground, true. Has ground, false. Ground normal. Ground normal is infinity, so. Wherever it is. Ground normal is infinity. Okay, the weird thing is we got a ground point, but we got a infinity ground normal. So this had to be set to false, which means is grounded was true and has ground was false, which means either ground cast wasn't colliding or the ground normal was bad, which to me seems like the ground normal was bad because ground point. Okay. I don't reset ground point. Why would I not do that? I mean, technically what's going to happen anyway is that it's going to create the points and then instantly say that it's completed it. So maybe just walk through and see if that happens. I can look at the points and see what the points it makes are. They should all just be on top of each other. So local step target is that value, and then I expect to see local endpoint just being the exact same value. Nearly the same value, very close. But it's going to be so close it should just call it completed instantly. Use rotation should be true. Cool, which is actually interesting because this should be... It's actually kind of a large angle. 0019. Tenth of a degree. Maybe not. Sweep axis Z. I mean, sure. Because it's, I guess it's Z because it's just going straight down, mostly. That's fine. Yeah, that's whatever. So I should just see the same number. Yeah. Yeah, because what's going to happen is that it is going to measure that it's going to measure that it's not at its target up here, but because there is a very large Y change there, though that doesn't seem like the right Y. That should have been positive. Why is it not positive? Right, again, it's local, it's local. So from the leg is 0.8 is 80 centimeters off the ground, or like the leg center point is 80 centimeters off the ground, so we measure down. That's how this is working, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip, I think, to like stepping out probably. I'm just gonna step out. Click leg. Point list, it should just be moving, yeah, up, down. But it's gonna read through and say, oh, we're like right on top of the end point, so we're just gonna teleport to the end point and call it done. Recovering, not moving, and no ground. And that one I just don't believe. It could also be that it's probably like the spring stuff, because I have it set up so that because it took it like a second before that happened. The rest probably came off the ground and then snapped back. So if that's the case, then actually I just kind of don't believe it. I don't think that should have happened. I'm gonna guess it's like bouncing right now. Like it fell to the ground, or I don't know. It's a fluke. None of the other ones wanted to do that, and that was like the last leg in the set, so Um, oh, I stepped over that line by accident. Okay, I want to go into update target. Look at update target. Preferably down here. Okay, so this should be the leg that has that movement. Where it's just going up and then down. Yep. So it's going to update the position. And I am dumb. So maybe here I probably want to check that the time since step is not 0. Time since start step. Yeah, I want to make sure this is not 0. Because then I shouldn't be doing it here, because this is just literally a no-op. So I'm going to assume it's happened again. One of the legs came off the ground. Cool. Continue. This is the leg that just moves up and down. I might just have some sort of simpler thing where if it's noticed this, then, and it's like within, I guess, 5 centimeters of the target, it just sets it as the rest position. That's all it does. It won't actually count it as a step. But that's also not how it works. I think it should just kind of not. Maybe this is where it should just be a different function, where it checks to see what it has to go. And then if it's fine, or if it's close already, then it just draws a straight line. I'm gonna take the headphones off. I feel like they're hurting. Okay. Do step. Yeah, I think it just makes sense that this should check. If we're on top of it already, it should just shortcut, like right here at this, like right at the start. I think it should just shortcut. Though I think I don't want to do that. Yeah, I think I want to leave all that out. Okay. Okay. So they already wanted to take a step. I don't think that's correct. But I guess we're further than 5 centimeters already. So, sure. Oh, wow. What? That's a big step. What? I don't get it because the angle that I'm at, yeah, I'm like sending 45 degrees to this. So this is trying to step like half of a meter that way, but not coming forward at all. That's really weird. I'm standing directly in front of it. Okay, so the step target transform is just wrong. So I guess let me see this. I'll turn on step cast, step target. Yeah, show that one. I'm just gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that. Step target. I'm so stupid. I didn't check all these. Like I was supposed to. Okay, wait. So one of these wanted a step. I guess I should have looked at the reason why I wanted to step. Because it's printing not comfortable. Leg, step, target. Is stepping, ground point. So I think this is just supposed to be that. So yeah, I'm just going to say leg. The global leg. Initial step target initial. I'm so used to clicking that now. Their legs are not moving. The correct legs have come off the ground though, but they're not moving. recovering and not moving. What is happening? Why are these flickering? Okay. Many bugs. As usual. Many weird bugs. So the legs are not moving. I need to make them start moving. My guess is that I just need to turn this up significantly. All these motors should be the same. Yeah. Well, I say the same. They're all shared between the legs. So I'm gonna go for 16 proportional. I want to copy what I had out here. $20, $12, and 2, 1. Which I feel like is probably cranked too high. I'm just gonna go to this. So 16, 14, 2, 1. The 16, 16. 1.5 and 2. I'm just gonna sure 1.5 and 2. And then torques. Have I inverted the weights yet? 126, 2727. Yes. Yes. Single leg mass is 1.8. So yeah, it should be good. I don't know why I stopped it though. Huh? Chill, dude. Relax. Okay, so we stopped and we said, all right, let's stop there. Oh, why is it? What just happened? I think I just have it being stupid in a really stupid way. I think I'm building them wrong because that doesn't look right. The last, oh, oh, yeah, right. That is not how I wanted to build these. Um, let me just get the, let me figure out the torques as well, because I think the torques are probably just kind of insane. So, and then did I set max? And then I needed to increase. That was a really big deal, actually. I needed to increase. I did not. Plus 0.5. Well, they're correct. I thought I increased the max velocity. Did on the tarsus and the tibia, not the femur. Okay. And I think I might just start over with these being like really low values. Because they're probably cranked way too high. And they stole another step. They also seem like they're really shaky. So here I have a custom joint from the tarsus to the femur. So I think what I might want to do then is to, okay. Let me check the custom joint. So I think I just want to sort of leave it unlocked like this. But I think this body attachment, I probably want to make this a relative index instead of the one before it or the main body. Because, right, so create custom joint. This is going to be, oh. It gives me the chain, which means I think the okay, build custom joint. Build custom joint, build chain, build chain. Custom joint builder. Build chain, chain. If not success, remove. Okay, well, chain, build chain. Custom joint builder. If success, part add parent body part. Okay. It is added as a child though, so I guess what I can do is I can get child true, force readable name true. I guess what I can do is I can get the number of children it has. Then I can get my index, what my index would be, subtract that. Or I can just have a list of parts that already exist. Maybe that one makes more sense. Custom joint builder. I don't define this layout anywhere. Oh, it goes into part, build part. Chain, self. Parent body is used for Y. It's for that. Right. That actually does make sense. Okay. I'm going to use this and I'm going to ignore parent body. Well, I will not just ignore parent body. Beam resource. I need to change this. Instead of this, it's going to be okay, maybe I want to keep main body attached to main body. And then I want to say it's just -1. So D here is -2. And I want to prefer slider. If it doesn't exist, what happens? Can I do get child? And then it's going to be an error, I guess. Um, okay, so I'm going to test here. So this should be attaching there, and those should be the same settings. So I click build, no errors, and this should be attached to Tarsus. I mean, what? It attached to the wrong one. Oh, is it already there? Add child part build. Okay, it's already been added. So it's actually supposed to be my index minus that value. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Attached to femur. It still says tibia. -2 part get index. Zero, 1, 2, -2, 0. Did I not save it? Oh, right. Because I am not doing it in the right place. There. Chain. Test body. Build. Tarsus. I mean femur. That's correct. Femur. And then if I look at it and I turn on debug and I turn on local space and then turn on debug. Correct. Good. So I think that might just be the only joint that I want. Which means all of these kind of have to change. Hello. Sock. I give up. Soch and Rady Sam. I have no idea what any of that is supposed to. I feel like there's words, like word breaks there, but I don't know where they are. Custom joints. I think I don't want any here. Just delete that, turn that off. And then this one, I want -2 Tarsus beam joint, and this is actually shared between all of them, so this is great. What's the length of this? I can fix it after I set it. Roll max. I'm just gonna let these be infinite because I don't know what they should be. This has a height of 0.31, so I want half of that, which is a weird number. Everyone pronounces my name wrong all the time. Every time I join a stream. How would you say it? It's just too long. And there's like 3 different ways you can break it up. I'm assuming it is not a single word, and it's like 2 or 3 words that it's supposed to be. Because that's what it looks like to me. Okay, I'm gonna turn these down. I'm not gonna have these be that high. That may not make sense. Custom joints, so that's just empty. And this is the 1. Do that for all of them. And this should be the same on all of them. Yep. That should be the same on all of them. Delete. I think, yeah, these should all be good now. Okay. Good. That's weird. I guess that's the limit? Wait, this is really odd. Why is it rotated that way? It's frictionless thing. Oh! Right. Rebuild. Yes. Now it's gonna be right. Wrong thing. Nope. Oh. Okay. Okay. So it's like kind of working, but it's weird. And then I guess I have a mistake there. It's so close. It's so close. Why won't you drop your... Because your target's way back there. And that's the closest you can get to your target. Okay. So that's a different thing then. It needs to be that if it can't reach the target, yeah, so if it can't reach the target, because it is, I guess it's possible that I can create a target that's outside of its possibility. How do I know that I've done that though? I guess I know that I've done it if the IK does not make progress. If the endpoint of the IK doesn't change and is not close enough to the target, I say I reach the target and I continue. That seems right to me. This can know where the IK is, maybe? Maybe if it's like the local endpoint doesn't move, it's probably like a timer thing. No, I mean, I think ideally, okay, there's two things. There's one case where it's being resisted, so maybe it should just give up. And there's the other case where it's impossible, and it should know right away that it's impossible. If the IK does not move, like if the IK moves less than like a half a centimeter, and because it should always move quite far. It should move quite far. If the IK endpoint, but this doesn't know about IK. But it should probably, because it is part of that. It could. It could be allowed to know that. But it doesn't. It doesn't know right now. I think it has to know because who could know? Who could know? Is IK anywhere in here? It's IP. I mean, it knows that it has an IK target, but that's it. I do access leg IK here to set the target, because that is okay. So that's part of setup target. Maybe this is where I hook into it then. I hook into it here. I know that this is my IK. So maybe I listen to this and say, when you update, if you have not moved at all, I consider the target that I've given you unreachable, and I skip. Yeah. Maybe. I guess I'm not happy with that because the real issue is that I created a target that was impossible for it to reach. I think that is the thing that should probably be avoided mostly. I should not be able to create a target that doesn't exist. But I guess just as a backup, no. As a priority, I should do my best to not create points that are impossible to reach. In addition to that, I should have something that if it's being resisted for too long, it skips that point. It just skips and tries to the next point. So I think it's mostly important that I don't create points that can't exist for steps. And let it be like a resistance thing where it will just give up. I don't know. Okay, there's like two things. I could have all three. I could avoid creating points that don't exist. I could also watch the IK, and if the IK is failing, immediately skip. And then if there is resistance where the leg is just not making enough progress for too long, or it's like taking too long to reach the point, it will skip it. I should probably just have all three. So the most immediate fix, that's probably the easiest one, is just to watch the IK and detect when it's failing. So I think I probably want to call this like setup target IK, and I probably mean to pass in an IK thing. Does crawler call setup target? It does. Rebuild crawler setup target. Okay, and I think I probably just want to pass like IK, because that's part of what it needs. So setup target is going to get an IK. And it's probably best that I provide it. So what is leg IK? What? Oh my gosh. IK modifier. So I provide that, and then here I need to pass that. If it's not connected, I might put it way down here. Below update target, yeah. No. It does make sense to go before this because it is happening before that. I do need to bind it. No, I don't. I'm looking at the skeleton. The skeleton, yeah. Target and ground bone are the same value, right? Fine bone, end bone, which is the leaf. Okay, so what is ground bone? Okay, I get it. So the target bone ID is supposed to be what the skeleton is moving to. Let me just verify that. Because it's definitely searching for what the IK says. It should be. So what I want to do is I want to watch how this moves. And if it's not moving, okay. If I'm playing a motion and it's not moving, I'm stuck. It has to be able to make progress. Or it has to be further away than the desired distance as possible. Okay. Okay. Get bone global pose. Return. Then I'll have to check if okay, I think I probably always want this value. If um target point index is -1, we don't have a target point. Um well, I think it's more generic than that. I should just always be detecting if there's a problem. And if there's a problem, then I need to reset somehow. Does it change? I think it does matter. If the end could get close enough. Okay, no. I think if it doesn't move, or it moves very little, and I think the recovery is that I just teleport the target point to there, and then when it goes through again, it's going to see, hey, I've made it, and then it's going to continue. So it is more general. So this is how far it's traveled. And yeah, I probably want to fail like half a centimeter. There's also a check for like fluctuation. Where looking back 2 steps, the current position is almost equal to the last to a position 2 steps ago. That's also a problem. So I check the last position. I'll write out 2 possibilities. I think a partial failure can sort of do the same thing where if I have a target, I move it towards where it is now. By like, I mean, 10% or probably like 50% per second, maybe. Yeah. Half a centimeter, half a centimeter. I think half is probably 25e negative 5, yeah. Hello, Danon. So this one's a total failure. So if target point index, I guess the simple case is that if it's -1, then I'm just simply moving it. Are you the average male? I don't know. I am probably above the average male, if I wanted to be egotistical. So yeah, I think I'm gonna want to move closer to I should be trying to maintain target rest position, right? Well, okay, hang on. How do I know where it's going? I think I'm just simply moving that target position and that's it. But okay, what matters is update target. What do? I have my local endpoint and I'm moving it towards target rest position. So I'm going to say we'll continue to travel to this point when it has no other target points. Okay. Right? So in this case, I want to move target rest position equals, I'm just going to set it to the current bone position, I think. And that's a return. Otherwise, skip this target immediately. So the idea is that I add 1. It should be safe for me to always add 1. Adding 1 should be safe. Because the index should never just be left at the last point. Well, I guess that means the last point. That is the last point. Right? That is the last point. So if I get here, I add 1, and then it's like, oh, we're done. And then I clear it. So then I guess... Okay. Yeah. Target lazy always has to be at rest. Grab it here. Alright, I'll make this a function. Well, yeah, because if it's the last point, I think I just consider it reached and then I just leave it. When do I set target? Initialize target position. Teleport to bone position. Set it to local step target. Sure. Move it towards a place. Okay, I think if it's taking a step, I think I should just do this by default. I think this should just be by default. Because it needs to be. Yeah. This needs to be by default. Update target rest position, move toward. Target rest position needs to be updated there, because when a step completes, this needs to happen. Actually, why don't I just make it when as part of the cleanup? That's exactly what I do. Oh, wow, I'm so dumb. What am I doing? And I think I just want to give it the... So up here, say skip this target immediately, and I do if target point index is greater than or equal to if we do this, then I'm going to say on target finished, and it's going to be it technically it's where it needs to be now, but I suppose it comes in, this happens on pose updated, so I guess I can check here. Well, I mean, I guess it's not actually true because IK could fail before it's even gotten there yet. So I actually do have to do this. So yeah, it's gonna be like 2 local. Is this correct? Yeah, because I have to add that and then I have to take out mine. So I do need to know both. This target. Possibly finishing. Target bone could be the same position was 2 updates ago. This can't see is flickering. So I think I just want to say last position. I'll just call it that. Target recent 1. If this is not a finite, then what? Okay, so the way that it works is that target bone recent 1 gets the value of 0 before I update 0. So yeah, I guess that's just it. It gets the value of 0 before I update that. And then I realize now that I have a mistake. These return statements. This one's fine because I know that I didn't have anything. Here I did have a target bone position, which means one will become 0 and 0 becomes bone position. This could also be an else if, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to. And just this. And then I don't know, I guess I can just do this right now. Well, okay. Let's grab everything up here. I can just grab it here, and then this can happen after that. Slide everything around, and then I don't have to do this. I don't have to have it multiple times. Grab it. If it's not there, set it. Grab the next one. Cycle. Because I got these. So, yeah. I want to compare, yeah, to old position to bone position. And there is a case where it's like not even really supposed to be moving, like it's already reached it. So I guess I probably should just check that at the top. And probably do this first. Yeah, if it's exactly on top of it, then I don't care. I'm only checking when it's moving. Mm, okay. No, I don't like that. It is supposed to be this. I'm supposed to be comparing the local points. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say the same number. If we're within this range, I just consider it. I'm gonna ignore it. I'll let, um, if it is like somehow still getting stuck, I'll let the resistance code handle that. But this is probably fine. I think if I end up I'll just use the same numbers again. I'll stick with the same numbers. We're really close to last position. Then what I want to do is I want to move the target closer to this, or move target rest closer to this. Move toward 2 local global bone. Um, not move towards. I want to lerp. There. If we're further than that, I guess I can just do a return right away. And I guess they can be returned too. So then I want to grab the target and move it towards... Yeah, when I grab the target and move it towards that. Update target. Finished. No target. We have a target. Skipping. No skipping is allowed. So I don't even check. Okay. So you just set target position. And then... Yeah. Okay. So... Oh. Yeah, that's a mistake. Okay, this is a mistake. If I increment that, cool. Yeah, this is a mistake. It's not supposed to do that. It's like a Boolean comparison. It's like allow skipping equals... Oh, wait. No. Hang on. I do it. Never mind. Jeez. Local target point. Okay. I can't read. I thought it was a mistake because I was not updating this every frame, and I definitely need to make sure I update that every frame because this could be from a global point, which means it has to be converted. So every frame it is going in here and checking, grabbing it, and converting it. So I have to do that. Okay, good. Or, yeah, I do that. Now I can just update that. So I can either, yeah, it's kind of easy. I can either interpolate it to the global bone or I can interpolate it to the local version of that. So this means it is a global position, which means I'm going to do point is point lerp to just global bone. Otherwise, point will be equal to local point. Well, okay. I can actually do both. I can just... No, because then the point itself is local. The point is already local. So we grab that point and we move it towards where the IK is at. And that should really help it. Okay. I may have messed it up because that just looks like it's always flickering. Yeah, what the hell? It looks like it just skipped forward. Yeah. So I made a mistake. I don't get it. This should be hitting every time. Yeah. I think I missed. I might hit that back. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna hit the back one. Okay. 0, 1, 2. This should be leg 2. So I want to see leg 2. Okay. So global bone. That's global bone. Middle left. Oh. I get it. Because I say IK can stop when it's um uh 5 centimeters away or something like that. Because I kind of wanted to allow it to have like to be imprecise. Okay. So I need to make it a little more complicated. Um, the IKs... I don't want to do it because I have it pass as a value, but now I need to grab it anyway. And why are you mad? Because I don't even use IK modifier, is that it? I don't even use IK modifier. Okay. Okay. Because I'm just not even gonna use it, I'll just drop it. I will just drop it. It will just connect straight to the main body and not ask. It won't even ask. Just do it. And then I know I have a mistake still. Okay. Because I need to continuously check if it's like, oh, we're done, or if it's like, I'm done and I can't get there, kind of thing. So I want to ignore it if it thinks, oh, I'm done. Or, no, I guess I want to do both, right? Hang on. So I still have that, but okay, but I still need to do all that because I do need to check that what it considers to be done. Maybe it's just if the target position is within for the step targets, what do I have it set to? I say it's done. Within 5 centimeters, I say we're done. Leg IK will reach 5 centimeters. Do I also set it here? It is set here. So I say at 5 centimeters, you can call yourself done. And I think what I mean to say is what do I mean to say? I was thinking about using the IK to be inconsistent, but I think I should rely on the physics to be inconsistent. So this should try to get within a centimeter. I think this should try to get very close. Okay. And I will use these to allow a little bit more freedom. But up here, if I am within this distance, I say to ignore it, or I don't know. I don't want to step on anything if the IK is just like, yeah, I'm done. I don't want to step on anything. You know what? That is the question, isn't it? That's the question. It's my IK. I can just make it do that. I can make it do that. I can make it store a Boolean that says, yeah, I failed. And that's it. If it reaches the target, it says, hey, we're good. If it doesn't, it says, nope, I failed. That's exactly what it should do. So, and I think it's probably like a general progress has been made thing. It's either reach the target or it made progress. If it's not at the target and it didn't make progress, I could just track if it fails 2 frames in a row. And maybe that's when I say skip. Because I feel like it's possible that it could fail to get closer 1 frame, but somehow still put in a better spot to then get closer and then it succeeds. So I'll say that. If I can get closer to the target on this update. Okay. Do I have any early returns? No. Oh, this is like per chain. That matters. Time to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag Force 2? I don't know. Probably not. I'm gonna say not. Prior work map, is this the chain index, the setting ID? Bone ID. Okay, it's just saving all the bones. chain bone list, an array of that. Setting list. List. Made progress list. How many chains could I could have more than 60 chains, possibly. I mean, it's possible. So, I'm not going to make that limitation. Yeah, I'm just not going to make that limitation. Act. What are numbers in Godot? Are they large numbers? Can they be unlimited in size? Like Python? Like Python will just upgrade you to a bigger number if you want it? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Because I think all the functions are written to just take in integers. Not taking like a possible large value. So even if I could save a big number, none of the operations would work. Impact byte arrays are scary because they're just different and they can do weird things. Specifically around taking copies and references, will just sometimes not do it correctly, and you have bugged data. Like you take a reference to it and suddenly the size is 0, but the size is positive, but is empty, returns true, like weird stuff like that. Because I think it's like is empty doesn't compare to size, it compares to the capacity, where if it took a reference, then the capacity is marked as 0. Something weird like that. I'm really slowing down. Made progress list. Packed what? Array of bool. I need to know if it made progress or it reached the end. This I can do a packed int. Because then I can just store a bit mask. Where a 0 is both failures, a 1, and be like, yeah, made progress or is at goal or something like that. Are polygons necessary for drawing meshes? If you want to say, is a polygon necessary for drawing a triangle? You could say no, but how would you have written the data? You would have written a set of 3 points, which would be a polygon. I'm going to say yes. You need information about a mesh to draw a mesh. Regardless of your definition of what a polygon is. Setting list. Chain bone list. That's all I had to do there. Oh, please. And I can just say 1 and 2. Like, I know what I can. I know that I can just do this. Okay. So then process modification with delta. Do in range count. This is each setting. For each setting, apply rest correction, and then if target position is less than that, I say break. Which this is the win condition. This is the condition that I say we reach the end. So I say there's no early return, so I guess I can actually just say I can get flags here at the top. But I do need to clear it for anything. So clear it at the top. Just clear every frame. And then a here or here, I start checking flags. Flag reached goal. And then iterate chain. So what I can do is I can just track the difference in positions. And bone list, end the bone. Okay, right, so that's the end bone. We're measuring the distance between the end bone. Okay. Okay, so copy that. I'll get the end bone, and I'll do global pose, and then if made progress, I think it should just be like if it yeah, I think it's specifically if it got closer. If its new point is closer to the old point, it made progress. I think this also sort of handles the flicker case, because there is a specific step where it's not going to reach the goal and it is going to either stay the same distance or get further away. Hello, Olex the dev. Darn, I was hoping for some AI. Well, there will be classic AI, but not modern AI. This guy's too dumb to use ChatGPT. Okay, so I need to get final position. I grab it both times, and I check distance squared. So if target distance squared to final position is less than initial position, or no. I think I'm gonna flip this around. If this is less, then I made progress. And then I'm gonna save it. Doesn't use EM dashes is not really AI, right? Using AI will requires a lot of skill and experience pre-AI. Like, okay, is this all right? Last end position. I don't even care about that. Because let me check. If use prior work, we copy it all, man. Yeah, this is right. So I don't need that. And I think I'm gonna flip this around. I just have it written that way. Okay, so now I don't have to do any of that. I know, I can just ask. And this should also handle flickering. Still want that. If I think I just cut all of this. All of that's cut. Ignore the bone is actually the target. I consider my IK to be my index. I don't know why I copied that. I did not really need to copy that. I might need this, so I'm gonna keep that, but this can move down. Has made has reached goal. Okay, there's sort of another case. I think I actually, okay, no, I think it's more like I ignore it if I've made progress. If I got closer, I don't care. I'll keep going. Ignore if... So I think it's kind of flipping the other around. So let's just be index. Ignore if progress has been made. Otherwise, I need to check... Yeah. I want to check if the distance... Wait, when I check distance, do I check distance squared? It is distance squared. I don't want to write it like that. Okay. So if it says that I reached the target, but... Right, this was kind of an edge case I want to check. If the IK target is set further away from the real target, then that means the thing can reach that point, the IK target, but it's not actually ever going to get close enough to consider it to have been reached, which would just be like kind of a mistake. But I want to handle that if that happens. So if it says, hey, we're at the target, and it turns out that that target point is further from the if that target point is further away from the real goal than the goal distance, I need to change the goal distance probably. No, I think I changed the target point to that result. That's what I do. I want to play Soul Calibur? Only because of Ivy Valentine? Google her right now? I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so I need to check the distance to... Okay, so one. If we made progress and we haven't reached the target, if no progress has been made and we're not at the target, okay, if it's still making progress, I definitely want to fully ignore it. No progress has been made, or we aren't at the target yet. Or we aren't at the target yet? No, I think we want to do and. So we have made progress, and the IK is not saying we're done making progress. So the alternative to this is if the IK, if this is false, or this is true. I want one of those. If either one of those is the case, then I'm going to do all the checks. Ignore progress is made, and we aren't at the target yet. Okay. So then I have some things. So if target point index is -1, well, I guess I can check here. Well, yeah, this one's fine. So target point index, we don't have a target, and one of these two has not happened. So we either didn't make progress or we reached the goal. If we reach the goal, then I don't care if we don't have a target. If we reached the goal and we do have, if we didn't reach the goal and we're trying to rest, I want to, well, progress could be made. Okay. Let me say or then. These both have to fail. We need to not make progress and not reach the goal. So what does that mean? At this point, this means we have not made progress and we reached the goal? Now I'm really confusing myself. Okay, let me, I'll just... If we don't have a target, if we made, okay, I think this is the end, okay? It's the end. Now, if we don't have a target, what do I want to check? I want to check the case that I didn't make progress. If I don't make progress and I have no target, okay, let me see this. I have actually like really confused myself, I think. I think, okay, this is right. The IK is still working, right? The IK is definitely still working. When one of these two happens to be different, so we reach the goal or we didn't make progress, I need to choose what to do. So I need to find out which one of these was the case. If I made progress, do I not care? Okay, what do I care about when I have no target? Flickering can happen. It could also just be out impossible to reach. So I think it's kind of two things. I don't know, because then it kind of goes back to saying, okay, well, I think generally if I'm making progress, I don't care. So is it both? Generally, if I make progress, do I care? Okay, if I don't make progress, then I'm not at the goal. That's a circumstance. I actually confused myself. I really have. Okay. I'm just gonna like step away for a second, like clear my mind for a moment because I don't know. Short break. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. We are trying to rest. I think here, as long as we make progress, we're fine. So this now at this point, this means we have reached our goal. Or regardless of whether or not we reach the goal, we failed to make progress. So I'm gonna say this can imply flickering. So move rest towards the bone position. So I think it's like this. Yeah. So what's the problem right now? Global bone wouldn't be defined yet. It's okay, define it there. I think it's probably just like only if we don't make progress. And that's all I care about in that case. The only time I care about reaching the goal is when we have a target. Because it's possible that we reach the goal, but we're not within our target range. So if we have no targets, if we did not make progress and we did not reach the goal, this is where it's important. If we don't make progress and we're not at the goal, do that. If we did make progress or we are at the goal, don't care. Okay. So now we reached our goal. Yeah. Like that's kind of the important thing. If we actually, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, which maybe come to this. There's cases where I don't want to do anything if the IK is actually saying, yeah, I'm done. So this is that special case. Okay. So now I do have a target. So in May, I want to skip it. Um, if we have made progress, that does imply that we are not, that we have also reached the goal. So I think maybe here I say if I have if I have not made progress, okay, I think double check is if I have reached the goal, check that the goal is close enough to the target point. Yep. Whoa. If I have reached the goal, then I want to say is this going to tell me about confusable? Yeah, it's going to tell me. Well, maybe not. Wait, I think it's going to say I can't do it because I'm redefining it. Just make this 0. Yeah, okay. This is the distance from... I need to get the point. And then I have the global bone position. I can either convert the point into global space, or I can convert the bone into local space. Okay, so neither. I'll fit this one. It's global. So yeah, I want a local. Sorry. I just want to... I know that this is like technically a second calculation when I could just do one because I already have the global bone position. But I think just matching how everything else is written is probably the right way to do it. Instead of doing like is greater than or equal to 0, convert it to global. Yeah. I feel like there might also just be something in there where, because I'm storing a global and I'm always checking local distances, that's something there changes. And that this is avoiding some edge case, perhaps. But I don't know. Okay. So we said that we're at the end. So if the distance from here to the target is within the desired distance, cool. If it's not, problem. I think the idea is I just take that target point list, this one, and just teleport it to that bone position and say that this is where the real target is. I could also... It's probably also a warning print. That might be a good idea too. To make this a warning print and say, hey, I've caught something that you should... If something weird happens and I'm like, gosh, why is that thing not going where I want it to go? And I'm like, oh, this is stupid, and I hit end and I look at the debugger and the debugger's like spammed a bunch of, hey, your coordinates are wrong. Then maybe that'll be a good thing. So your distances are wrong. If what am I trying to do? If the bone to this is within the distance, then I'm happy. Okay. So I check W times W. And I want to use less than and not equal to because I feel like there's probably something weird going on there. So I'm going to say if this is the case, then we're cool. Oh, right, target point. What are you complaining about right here? Confusable local declaration. Because I use it again at the bottom, yeah. You know, let me say if it's greater than. This is kind of the real thing. Push warning. Leg of and I might even like type in a breakpoint here because that should be like a real issue that you should correct immediately. So before I mess with anything, say that, but then I'm going to correct it. So I'm going to say target point, local point. Okay, so I want to remember if it's supposed to be global or not. It's very important. So the idea here is that if we're not close enough, yeah, I think if we're not close enough, I will just teleport the target point to the bone point. Okay. Cool. If we reach the goal, then we do that. And if we're in the range, we just skip that, we're cool. Though it will be constantly checking it, which kind of sucks. Which could be kind of bad. I would like to only have to check this one time. Because that's all I should have to do. I should only have to check this one time. Well, I guess not, because it could be at the goal. No, because if the body moves, that moves the goal. The goal moves. Yeah, this is like really noisy, I think. Does it only have to be checked once? I think it only, yeah. It should only need to be checked once. If we reach the goal. And if we haven't reached the goal and we haven't made progress, it's sort of the same case where it's like a flickering thing. So could I move it? No, because there's a difference there. If we have not reached the goal, that means this was true, which means in order for us to get down here, progress has to be false. So I can kind of check early if we have not reached the goal. This can apply flickering, so move towards the current bone position. Yeah, if we reach the goal, then it should just be stopped. Because it'll save it, come through, check, and say, don't do anything. It's not going to say, oh, we're close enough, and then try to iterate again anyway. It won't do that. So if we're at the goal, flickering can't happen. Flickering can only happen if we're not at the goal. So then this is a case where we failed to make progress and we need to skip this target. I could also just say if not reached goal, and I check in here if has made progress, then I stop. Maybe that's a little bit better. This seems like it makes a bit more sense. It's less strange. So now the only condition here is that we have reached the goal. So I don't care, right? I'm almost always using, Actually, I am literally always using 2 local, so I may as well actually just convert it completely. This all drops out. Should it? If we reach the goal, well, if we have not reached the goal, this is guaranteed. What is this then? Does this just drop out? Okay. Because I'm not sure, then I'm just gonna cut all the way up here. Okay, I cut too much. Or did I? Oh, no, I'm right. This drops out. This drops out. If we are within, then I'm happy. Otherwise, this happens. Reach the goal, resting. Check the goal is close enough. And yeah, I would like to only check this once. I would like to, because it could be, this could actually be like 100 frames, because it could take a second, and this could be on 3 legs. So this is like 300 times per second I'm doing this math, which is definitely a lot, when I would only have to do it once. Maybe it's like, yeah, okay, still, hang on, still cut this out. I also don't actually need bone position, so maybe just so one idea is like I could check another index. Like, I don't know. I don't want to do that. Is there a way that I just know? How do I just know? I know quickly. Monster in Doom for the SNES always face the player? Yes. I think I looked at that and I don't know why. I totally ignored it. I don't know why. Gosh, I don't like it. What? I don't know you can do that. Alright, reset, reset, reset. It didn't have enough space for all the sprites. What? Okay. I assume what you're talking about is that they are a plane and the plane always faces you. But if you actually meant they don't have the textures, then okay, I didn't know that. I know they had to drop the textures. You could have said they don't have animations or something to be more clear about that. Dude, I just explained it to you. I said I thought you meant that the planes always face the player. And I said, yeah, that's obvious. They always face the player. Then you said that with sprites. I'm like, okay, so you mean they don't have animation sprites. That I didn't know. So no, I did not forget because I knew the whole time. I did not know that they don't have sprites in that version. You're rage baiting me. You intentionally misunderstood me. If they always face the plane, that's clearly not what I'm talking about. You say so many stupid things as like just random facts like, hey, did you know this that you already know? And yes, every time has been yes. So it's definitely not out of your character to say, did you know that monsters are always just a quad mesh that faces the player? And they turn by displaying different textures. That is exactly something that you would say. Am I guaranteed to do this? I'm not. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna keep copying it. And here to avoid they're gonna be silly and say, no, I'm not. I'll just do the thing. They're gonna tell me confusable declaration. I'm gonna say no, it's not confusable because I know what I'm doing. I did it on purpose. So I'm just gonna add ignores, I guess. There. Because most of the time I probably don't need it. And I really don't want to spend the time calculating that if I don't need it. So here, if we have already checked this index, we should not have to check it again. That's what I think. So I have an index. So I'm gonna go find everywhere that find. Where this is set to -1, I want to set it to -1. Okay, that's it. And then I want to say if we already checked it, so we stop. And then I will just say, yeah, I just set it right away. I guess there's technically a problem where this can happen. So I think I actually do want to say target point index ik checked as -1 here. That's probably a bug if I don't do that. Okay. So now it will only check that once per frame, and this can check flickering and too far, and I just hit run. Okay, yeah, it is kind of an issue that they just instantly teleport though. It's a really big issue. Oh, wait a second. Hang on, what do you, stop. Okay. Can you? Why are you like not falling? That's what's happening. It's not allowed to fall. Whoa. You idiot. Okay. So What is happening right now? I see targets in weird places, which is an issue. Because this should have fixed that from happening. Reached the goal. We have not reached the goal. If we make progress, I'm okay. What if made progress needs to be like... We need to make that much progress. I mean, that still works, but I don't want to click that. Okay, so what's going on right now? This motor can't reach that. Do I possibly just have a bunch of mistakes with angles right now? I should probably actually stop. Because now I think I'm in definite like debug mode, so. And I'm also way over time. So, yeah. But I don't know, what is the middle right leg? What do you look like? Femur, IK, 45 degrees, 7 degrees. You can go, that's actually kind of wrong because joint can effectively travel half this angle away from that. I think that's not what I want. I think 25 degrees away is probably not what I meant. So or like 22 and a half might not be what I meant. Because this is... Maybe I mean 25 or 50, I guess. But with a 7-degree offset. So I don't know. This is probably really not what I should do right now. So I don't know if that updates it live. Yeah, okay. So this joint can't reach that point. It looks like it just straight up really can't reach that point. So that seems like the error. And it just decided to teleport way over there? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop. Definitely target problems are happening. And it also looks like I have IK problems. Where the IK thinks it can go somewhere that the joint actually cannot go. Or it's potentially also there's like a rotation happening where the leg itself is like just from errors has been rotated off, and isn't able to reach. I feel like that doesn't make sense. When I change this, I'm supposed to rebuild. That could also have been the problem too. I was rebuilding. Yeah, so it should be changed. This should be like, whoa, we can't get there, and it should be stopping. Because at some point it's got to be like, no, we didn't make progress. At some point it's got to say it that it just didn't make progress. So where's the IK for that? Yeah, yeah. So these are the targets way over here. They're just, yeah, I've just got problems still. Okay. That's gonna be it for today though. I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow this thing is moving again correctly and is walking really nice. Because right now it's just not. There's issues where the target point is not being fixed when it should be getting fixed, and there's issues where it's target completion is wrong. It's either skipping ahead when it shouldn't be skipping ahead. Yeah, just a bunch of problems with it. So that's gonna be it for the day though. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, probably. Goodbye.